When a new developer builds his driveway across his neighbor's land without permission, Tom decides enough is enough. With his old pickup, he blocks the construction, defending his friend's rights and forcing the developer to finally show respect. Will they achieve justice? Find out how one determined person can make all the difference. Subscribe and enjoy listening. I was visiting Andrew at his dad Tom's house, an eerie fortress clinging to the side of an absurdly steep hill. The entire landscape tilted at such an impossible angle it felt like stepping into a different world, one where gravity was a challenge to be confronted, not an ally to be trusted. The driveways here twisted and turned, zigzagging up from the road below, resembling a giant's unfinished puzzle, as if the earth had shrugged off any notion of simplicity. A straight path up, laughable. No sane person would even consider it. These hills weren't just landforms. They were titans, daring anyone to carve out a place to live. The houses perched precariously, like stubborn birds refusing to abandon a treacherous cliffside. A few doors down lived a lovely, older couple, Henry and Mary, who had lived in their cozy home for years. They were the kind of neighbors who always greeted everyone with a smile and a wave, and their presence brought a sense of comfort to the entire neighborhood. They had a vacant lot next door for the longest time, an untouched piece of land that they had grown used to seeing every day. To them, it was almost like an extension of their yard, a little patch of wilderness they lovingly referred to as their little forest. But recently, the lot had been sold, and a new owner, a man named John, had begun construction on a new house there. Henry and Mary had spoken with a few neighbors about it, expressing their hope that the new neighbor would be considerate and fit into the peaceful rhythm of their quiet street. But then, problems started to arise. The lot that John bought was so steep that he had to come up with some unconventional plans for his driveway. After some consideration, John decided that the easiest way to create a proper path to his future home was to build part of his driveway across Henry and Mary's property, carving it straight out of the hillside using an excavator. Perhaps it wouldn't have been such an outrageous plan if John had approached Henry and Mary first, knocked on their door, and politely asked for permission. But did he do that? Of course not. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be telling you this story. Henry and Mary were completely unaware of what was happening until one day when they came home, they found that their gentle, grassy slope had been transformed into a massive, ugly scar. A huge gouge had been carved into the hillside, a path that started from the road in front of their house, crossed the corner of their property, and wound its way upward toward where an excavator was noisily churning up the earth on John's lot. Mary stood there in shock, her eyes wide as she tried to comprehend what she was seeing. Henry, who was usually the calm one, couldn't help but feel a swell of disbelief and frustration. They stood there for a long time, staring at the destruction, as if trying to make sense of how this could have happened without any warning. Despite their shock, Henry and Mary decided to handle things rationally. They were kind-hearted people, and they wanted to believe that this was just a mistake, an oversight, rather than an intentional act of disrespect. So they walked over to speak with the machine operator, hoping that maybe, just maybe, it was all a misunderstanding that could be easily resolved. The excavator operator, a burly man with a kind face, was actually quite approachable. He didn't know much about the details, but was more than happy to provide them with John's phone number, telling them that John was the one in charge. Henry took a deep breath and dialed the number, trying to keep his tone polite and measured as he explained the situation to John. But John's response was not at all what Henry had expected. This man, who Henry and Mary had never even met in person, immediately started denying that his driveway was encroaching on their property. Not only did he deny it, but he was also shockingly rude and dismissive, treating Henry as if he were a nuisance. By the end of the call, Henry felt a heavy weight of discouragement settle on his shoulders. This was clearly not going to be resolved through a simple conversation. At this point, Henry and Mary felt at a loss for what to do next. They double-checked the property lines, consulting the boundary pins that marked the edges of their land. They were right, of course. The driveway was undoubtedly crossing onto their property. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, further attempts to talk things over with John proved fruitless. It became painfully clear that John was not interested in having a reasonable discussion, nor did he have any intention of backing down or taking responsibility. The idea of pursuing legal action seemed daunting. Going to court would be a costly and stressful endeavor, and honestly, they doubted whether it would bring them any real satisfaction. The damage to their property was already done, and it wasn't something they could simply undo. Still, they couldn't just let someone take advantage of them like this. It wasn't just about the driveway. It was about the principle of standing up for themselves. After all, they would be living next to John for the foreseeable future, and letting him walk all over them now would only make things worse in the long run. So, the situation simmered in silence for a while as construction on the new house continued. Every day, Henry and Mary watched as the builders worked, feeling a mix of helplessness and quiet anger. They didn't know how to proceed, and the frustration gnawed at them like a constant, dull ache. Then, one day, Tom happened to see Henry and Mary while he was out and about in the neighborhood. They greeted each other warmly, and as they got to talking, Henry and Mary couldn't help but mention the ongoing issue with their unpleasant new neighbor and the driveway dispute. Tom listened intently, his brow furrowing as they described what had happened. He liked Henry and Mary a lot. They were good people, the kind who wouldn't hurt a fly, and hearing about the way they were being treated made him angry. Tom was the sort of person who believed strongly in fairness, and the thought of his kind neighbors being bullied like this just didn't sit right with him. As he walked back home that afternoon, the story of the driveway stayed with him, gnawing at his thoughts. That evening, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, Tom found himself sitting in his kitchen, a couple of beers into the night, and thinking hard about what could be done. And then it hit him, an idea so simple yet so fitting that it made him smile. He picked up the phone, called Henry and Mary, and shared his plan with them. When they heard what he was suggesting, they couldn't help but laugh. It was such a classic Tom move, bold and direct, and after thinking about it for a moment, they gave him their full blessing. The next morning, with the sky still heavy with gray clouds, Tom got up early and went to his garage. There, covered covered in dust, sat his old rusty pickup truck, a vehicle that had seen better days but was still perfectly functional. It was the kind of truck that looked like it had been through a lot. The paint was peeling and there were dents along the sides, but it was sturdy and reliable, a real workhorse. Tom started it up, the engine rumbling to life, and drove it over to Henry and Mary's property. Tom carefully positioned the truck right across the section of the driveway that encroached on Henry and Mary's land. He made sure to park it entirely on their property, not a single tire touching John's side of the line. It was a perfect blockade, completely legal since it was on their land, but effectively rendering John's driveway useless. He put the truck in park, pulled out the keys, and hopped out, taking a moment to admire his handiwork. The truck sat there, old and immovable, like a silent guardian standing up for Henry and Mary's rights. Tom felt a surge of satisfaction as he walked back to his own house. He knew that this wouldn't solve all of Henry and Mary's problems, but it was a start. It was a way of saying, you can't just push us around. And even if John tried to have the truck moved, it would only serve to highlight his trespassing even more clearly. It was a statement, a line drawn in the sand, or in this case, in the dirt of the hillside. The next morning, the construction crew arrived bright and early, ready for another day of hard work on John's new house. The sky was still tinged with the soft pink of dawn, and the air was crisp, promising a productive day. The workers were all in high spirits, joking around as they pulled their trucks onto the main road. They expected nothing unusual, just another typical day of digging, hauling, and building. However, as they reached the bottom of the steep hill that led to the construction site, they realized that something was wrong. Instead of the clear path they needed to get their vehicles and equipment up to the site, they found an old, rusty F-150 truck parked squarely across the driveway. It was positioned perfectly, blocking the entire entrance. The workers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what they were seeing. The pickup truck was dusty, and its blue paint had faded under the weather, but it was unmistakably parked right in their way, making access impossible. One of the workers, a tall guy named Mike, who was usually the first to start setting things up, walked up to the truck. There was a note taped to the inside of the windshield. Mike squinted as he read it. It had a phone number written in big, clear letters and a name, Tom. It also included a short message indicating that anyone with questions should call this number. Mike pulled out his phone, called the number, and waited. The whole crew stood around, shifting their weight and scratching their heads, curious to find out what was going on. After a few rings, Tom picked up the phone. His voice was calm and collected, as if he had been expecting the call. Mike explained who he was and why they needed access to the driveway. Tom listened politely, then responded in an equally polite but firm manner. He told them he had permission from the landowners, Henry and Mary, to park the truck where it was, and he had no intention of moving it. When Mike asked if they could just shift it for a while to let the construction proceed, Tom replied that, no, they could not move it for construction purposes. He also warned them that if anyone tried to tow the truck without permission, it would be considered trespassing and theft, and they would be fully accountable under the law. The workers looked at each other as Mike relayed this information. They were construction workers, not lawyers, and they certainly didn't want to get embroiled in any sort of legal trouble. The idea of dragging their heavy tools and equipment up the steep hill by hand wasn't an option either. The hill was almost vertical, and the amount of work required to move their materials up manually would be backbreaking and nearly impossible. They could already imagine the day stretching endlessly, with sore backs and blistered hands from hauling everything uphill without the help of their trucks. After a short discussion among themselves, the crew decided they were in no position to deal with this kind of dispute. They were here to do a job, not to fight property battles or deal with angry neighbors. So they called John, their boss, and explained the situation. There was simply no way for them to get up to the construction site until the driveway issue was resolved. They told John they'd be taking the day off unless he could figure something out. The workers had already started to pack up, eager to leave this unexpected mess behind and let John sort it out. When John received the call, he was furious. He had spent so much money and time on the project already, and any delays would cost him more than just money. It was his pride on the line, and his patience had worn thin long before this. Enraged, John immediately dialed Henry and Mary's number, ready to unleash his frustration. As the phone rang, he paced back and forth in his makeshift office, his free hand balled into a fist. When Mary answered, John launched into a tirade. He demanded to know why there was a truck blocking the driveway, who had authorized it, and how they could justify obstructing his construction work. Mary, however, was calm. She listened to John without interrupting, letting his anger run its course. When he paused for a breath, she simply repeated what Tom had told the workers earlier. She explained that the truck was parked entirely on their property, and that they had given Tom permission to do so. If John had a problem with that, he would have to figure out a solution himself. Mary's voice was level, and though she didn't raise her voice, there was an unmistakable firmness in her tone. John realized that he wasn't going to intimidate her. After some more ranting filled with threats and complaints, John eventually understood that he was in a bind. He couldn't move forward with construction until he dealt with the driveway problem, and as much as it pained him, he couldn't afford to keep losing days of work. Each day the construction site sat idle was a day of lost wages for the crew, wasted materials, and mounting frustration. Finally, realizing that his only real option was to compromise, John decided to negotiate. He reluctantly called Henry and Mary again, but this time, instead of shouting, he tried to be civil. The realization that his project was completely stalled had forced his hand, and he had no choice but to cooperate. In the end, John offered Henry and Mary a significant sum of money in exchange for an easement, legal permission to let the driveway cross the corner of their property. The payment was more than Henry and Mary had ever expected, and it brought them a sense of satisfaction. They were finally being recognized and compensated for what had happened. It wasn't just about the money, it was about standing up for themselves, about not letting someone bully them into submission. Tom, of course, was more than pleased. Henry and Mary thanked him profusely, expressing their gratitude in the form of several cases of beer and an invitation to dinner. Tom, grinning from ear to ear, happily accepted the beer, saying there was no greater feeling than standing up to a bully and winning. This entire episode took place in a small town in Canada where everyone knew everyone and news traveled fast. When people heard about what happened, many of them had a good laugh. The story of Tom's old F-150 blocking the driveway became a kind of local legend, shared over drinks in the pub and talked about in hushed tones in the local diner. Some people even approached Henry and Mary, asking if it was true, while others swore they knew someone who had faced a similar situation. It seemed that incidents like this were not as rare as one might think, particularly when it came to disputes over property lines. Apparently, this kind of thing happened more often than you'd expect, especially when you considered how many houses were built each year and how many neighbors ended up squabbling over inches of land. For those curious about the legal aspects of the situation, the reason John built the driveway across Henry and Mary's land in the first place was simple. It was cheaper and easier than trying to stay entirely on his own lot. The layout of the land made it challenging to build a driveway that adhered strictly to his boundaries without incurring additional costs. However, that didn't mean it was the only feasible option. John just chose the path of least resistance, quite literally. Most of the legal arguments he might have made for why he chose that path were ultimately irrelevant. He was in the wrong, and no amount of justification could change that. Since I'm writing this on mobile, I can't include any drawings or visuals, but I'll do my best to describe the layout. Imagine two lots side by side on the uphill side of a winding road. The property boundary runs perpendicular to the road, dividing the land evenly. Henry and Mary lived on the left when you looked uphill from the road, while John's property was on the right. The new driveway John was building had to snake up the steep hill in an S shape, and unfortunately, the first 50 feet or so ended up crossing the edge of Henry and Mary's lot, which caused all this trouble. As for the environmental impact, I can't be entirely sure whether any trees were harmed during the construction process. By the time I saw the driveway, it was already in place. The ground was carved out, and the construction was well underway. However, since Henry and Mary never raised concerns about any trees being destroyed, I suspect that the environmental impact was minimal. If significant trees had been cut down, Henry, a nature lover, would surely have made an issue of it. And yes, if you're wondering, Tom did make that drive after a few beers. It wasn't his finest moment, but what hero is ever without flaws? It's those imperfections that make his story compelling, real. Tom wasn't driven by reason that night. He was driven by the raw instinct to protect what mattered, by a loyalty that overruled caution. He wasn't some idealized, flawless savior. He was human, messy, stubborn, and driven by a sense of justice that sometimes clouded his judgment. Heroes aren't born out of perfection. They rise from the choices they make, even the questionable ones, when they step up for the people who need them most. Imagine the long-awaited Super Bowl, your favorite team, and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But what if that chance was stolen from you? One dishonest colleague decided to take the tickets that were meant for you, not realizing that the truth would inevitably come to light. Could you set things right? Discover how our protagonist exposed the deceiver, restored justice, and made new friends along the way. Subscribe and enjoy the listening. Imagine being so devoted to your team that each Sunday isn't just a day. It's an electric, heart-thumping experience that pulses through your veins like a second heartbeat. That's me with the 49ers. I'm the kind of fan who starts the day in the parking lot before sunrise, the smell of barbecue smoke thick in the air, the camaraderie already in full swing. I scream until my voice shatters into a raspy whisper, all because this isn't just football, it's a way of life. And then came that magical year. The 49ers were headed back to the Super Bowl, and for me, it was like the universe itself was tipping its hat. At the time, I was balancing a demanding job at a consulting firm, managing high-stakes clients left and right. One of those clients was David. He knew all about my unwavering loyalty to the Niners, and over time, we went from strictly business to something more, grabbing drinks after work, swapping stories, and genuinely becoming friends. And just like the 49ers climbed to the top, I didn't see it coming. But David and I were about to embark on a journey that was far more life-changing than any Super Bowl Sunday. When David found out that he had a pair of extra corporate tickets to the game, he decided to give them to me as a thank you for all the work I'd done for him. It was an incredibly thoughtful gesture, and these weren't just any tickets. They were prime seats, right on the 30-yard line, with a perfect view of the field. It was going to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. David passed these tickets to the partner on the account, Bradley, with the intention that Bradley would surprise me with them as a gift. The plan sounded perfect on paper, but unfortunately, things didn't go quite as planned. The day of the game came and went. We lost, and it was disappointing, but I still felt an immense sense of pride for my team. They had made it so far. A few days after, I met with David again. As we settled into our usual routine of having a few drinks after work, David suddenly asked, "Hey, by the way, why didn't you go to the game? I heard someone else was sitting in your seats." For a second, I was taken aback and had no idea what he was talking about. "What game?" I asked, genuinely confused. And that's when he said, "The Super Bowl." "You weren't at the Super Bowl?" I stared at him, completely perplexed. "I didn't have seats for the Super Bowl," I replied. David looked visibly shocked at my response. He paused, studying my face, and then said, "I gave Bradley 2 of my company tickets to give to you so you could go." You really didn't know? I had no idea what he was talking about. He shook his head in disbelief and told me quietly, "Why don't you ask around discreetly and see what happened, then get back to me?" This left me with an uneasy feeling, and curiosity gnawed at me. When I was back at the office the following week, I started digging into the matter, trying to find out what could have gone wrong. Through one of the secretaries, I found out that Bradley had, in fact, given those precious Super Bowl tickets to another one of his clients, presenting them as a gift from our firm. The moment I heard this, my blood boiled. I was livid. Normally, I might have let something like this slide just to keep the office environment peaceful. In consulting, relationships and politics are delicate, and sometimes it's just easier not to rock the boat. But this situation was different. These were Super Bowl tickets to see the 49ers, my team, playing on the biggest stage possible. And not just any tickets, they were prime seats. I could feel my frustration bubbling up, and I knew I couldn't just let this go. My initial thought was to confront Bradley directly, but then it occurred to me that David was already aware of what happened, and if he took charge of this, it would prevent any potential backlash on me. So I decided to take the cautious route. I sent David a text. "Hey, I just wanted to thank you so much for thinking of me with those seats." Apparently, they ended up being given to another one of our firm's clients. His response came almost instantly, and it was in all caps. "Are you kidding me?" Followed by, "Pretend I never told you, let me handle it." David was clearly furious, and honestly, I was relieved to have him in my corner. A few days later, David reached out to me saying he wanted to formulate a plan. He suggested that we schedule a meeting at their office, and he requested that Bradley be present as well. It wasn't entirely out of the ordinary. Bradley often joined in-person client meetings, so there was nothing immediately suspicious about the request. The following week, Bradley and I caught a flight out to David's office. Little did Bradley know, David had set up an awkward little confrontation to catch him red-handed. As we walked into the conference room, everything looked normal at first. Most of the usual faces were there, but there was also a woman in her 30s whom neither of us recognized. She was sitting at the conference table, looking poised and professional, her expression giving nothing away. David was the one to break the ice, and he did so with a tone that seemed almost casual, though I could hear the edge in his voice. He said, "Bradley, I'd like to introduce you to Emily Thompson, VP from another department. She wanted to sit in on this meeting." "Hey, Alex, you guys must already know her from the Super Bowl." I could feel my stomach twist with tension. Bradley visibly stiffened, his usual confident demeanor flickering for just a moment. Emily looked at me with a polite smile as she extended her hand. "Oh, I don't think so," she said as our hands met. "Did we meet there? I'm so sorry if I forgot." The room fell into an awkward silence for a moment, and I couldn't help but glance over at Bradley, whose face had gone a shade paler. David responds, "Geez, Emily, how much did you have to drink at the game? They were sitting right next to you the entire time." His tone was light, almost teasing, but there was a hidden edge to his voice, as if he already knew where this was going. He looked at me with a questioning expression, waiting for me to confirm, and I said calmly, "Sorry, David. I think you might be confusing me with someone else. I wasn't there." My response was simple, but I made sure my voice was clear and steady, letting the confusion be evident to everyone in the room. At this point, you could almost see Bradley shrinking in his seat. He was looking visibly uncomfortable, his fingers nervously tapping against the table as if to find some rhythm that might help him come up with a plausible excuse. His eyes darted between David, Emily, and me, probably trying to gauge who would be the easiest to convince. He finally opened his mouth, starting with a shaky, But before he could try to worm his way out of it, Emily spoke up, her voice clear and direct, cutting off his hesitation. "No, it wasn't Alex. It was so-and-so from other company in those seats. By the way, I was actually wondering why we gave our company seats to those guys." She tilted her head, her brow furrowed as if this was a legitimate concern she'd just thought of. "Is there a project we're working with them on that I don't know about?" Her question hung in the air, clearly rhetorical, because anyone who knew anything about the situation knew it was absurd. It would be like Coca-Cola deciding to partner with John Deere on a new soft drink. It simply made no sense. The industries were completely unrelated, and it was obvious she was just adding pressure to Bradley, forcing him to address the elephant in the room. Bradley let out another weak, as he attempted to gather his thoughts, but David wasn't having any of it. He immediately spoke over Bradley, his voice now carrying more weight. "Bradley," he began, locking eyes with him. "I gave you those tickets specifically for Alex, didn't I?" There was no escape in that gaze. It was pointed, expecting an answer, and the room went completely still. Bradley's face had turned an alarming shade of red, and it seemed as though the walls were closing in on him. He stammered, well, he wasn't able to make it, so he must have, given the seats away to someone else." He tried to sound casual, but it was clear to everyone that his voice was cracking under pressure. He then made the mistake of turning towards me, his eyes pleading, as if I might jump in to rescue him from this mess. It was pathetic, really, a full-grown man cornered and panicking. David didn't miss a beat, and I caught his smirk just before I spoke. I cleared my throat and said, "What are you talking about, Bradley?" "David, did you give me tickets to the Super Bowl?" My tone was one of genuine confusion, and I could feel the tension build as David took in a sharp breath. David suddenly raised his voice, his calm demeanor breaking for a moment to let frustration seep through. "Bradley, those tickets were a personal thank you gift from me to Alex. Did you give them away to someone else? Was it another client?" His words hung in the air, echoing slightly in the silence that followed. You could almost see Bradley's mind scrambling to form an answer that might dig him out of this ever-deepening hole. Bradley tried to force a smile, but it came out as more of a grimace. He stumbled over his words. Maybe there was some kind of mix-up at the office?" It was a feeble attempt, and the silence that followed was deafening. David went quiet for a long, drawn-out moment that probably felt like an eternity to Bradley. The tension was palpable. Even Emily seemed to hold her breath. David looked down, seemingly gathering himself, then calmly reached for his portfolio and iPad, placing them deliberately into his briefcase. He stood up, adjusting his suit jacket with a sense of finality that left no room for interpretation. "I think this meeting is over," he said, each word punctuated with a calm authority that made it clear this wasn't up for debate. He then turned to me, his demeanor softening slightly. "Alex, it seems as if I owe you a thank you gift. Let's go to lunch. Emily, you're welcome to join us." He paused for a second before turning back to Bradley, who looked as though he was about to say something. David cut him off with a stern expression, adding, "Bradley, I need to evaluate our relationship. Please, go back home and expect to hear from us next week." There was a finality in his tone that left Bradley no room to argue. He just nodded, visibly deflated. Bradley, desperate to try and salvage the situation, weakly suggested, "I'd like to join you all for lunch, if that's all right." He was obviously trying to do some damage control, but Emily's response was swift and unyielding. She looked at him with a stern expression and said, "I don't think that's a good idea." Then, without hesitation, she turned towards the front desk and asked them to escort Bradley out of the building. It was like watching a condemned man be led away, and Bradley's shoulders visibly slumped as he was guided towards the elevator. As soon as the elevator doors closed behind him, there was a moment of stunned silence, and then we all broke out into laughter. It was a cathartic release, laughter echoing through the now tension-free room. Emily was giggling, and even David couldn't suppress a chuckle. It turned out that Emily wasn't really a vice president. She was just a regular employee at the company whom David had roped into this elaborate skit to expose Bradley's behavior. The way she'd played her role had been perfect. She had everyone, including Bradley, convinced she held a much higher position than she actually did. She ended up coming with us to lunch, and as it turned out, she was a fellow 49ers fan. We bonded over shared stories about the team, discussing favorite players, unforgettable games, and even joking about the heartbreaks we had endured as fans. She was an absolute blast to hang out with, and the lunch that day became one of the most entertaining meals I'd ever had. On our way to the restaurant, my phone buzzed. I looked down to see a desperate text from Bradley. It read, "You need to cover for the firm. We'll discuss this when you get back." I could almost feel his anxiety through the screen, imagining him sitting alone, trying to piece together a way to repair what had just happened. I replied, "Yes, we need to talk, but I'll see what I can do." I knew that wouldn't be the end of it, but for the moment, I wanted to focus on enjoying the day and my lunch with David and Emily. David glanced over at my phone, noticing the exchange. He smiled slyly and said, "Hold off for a couple of hours before responding to him." He then outlined exactly how we were going to proceed, his eyes gleaming with a sense of justice. He wanted me to send Bradley a message outlining 4 points. First, Bradley should expect an invoice for the resale value of the Super Bowl tickets, which, considering how high resale prices could soar, especially for premium seats at a game like this, would be well over $10,000. David made it clear that the payment should be immediate, no questions asked. Second, he demanded that Bradley offer me a direct apology, acknowledging what had happened. Third, there needed to be a written apology to David's company for what was essentially theft of corporate assets. And fourth, David stated explicitly that from this point onward, he would only work directly with me or another partner at our firm, never with Bradley again. This was effectively the end of Bradley's involvement with one of our major clients. David's detailed plan left no room for misunderstanding, and I knew it would put immense pressure on Bradley. But honestly, after what had happened, I didn't feel any sympathy for him. As we reached the restaurant, I put my phone away and decided to enjoy the rest of the day, surrounded by friends, good food, and the comfort of knowing justice was being served in its own way. This whole ordeal caused quite a stir with the other partners in the firm, and to be honest, I ended up looking surprisingly good when all was said and done. From their perspective, it appeared that I had acted in good faith, genuinely trying to salvage the client relationship for the firm, even though I was very clearly the victim in this ridiculous situation. My integrity and professionalism were on full display, and it made me seem like a team player who put the company first despite the obvious wrong done to me. The client, of course, was transferred to another partner, which meant that Bradley lost his profit share on any future work with them. The fallout didn't stop there. Bradley's actions were seen as not only reckless, but also highly unethical, and as a result, the other partners decided that he needed to pay the invoices out of his own salary. Watching the consequences unfold, I couldn't help but feel a mix of satisfaction and disbelief. He had tried to cut me out of something incredibly meaningful, and now he was facing the repercussions. Looking back on the whole episode, I still can't quite wrap my head around what Bradley was thinking. How could he have imagined that David would simply not notice me failing to thank him for Super Bowl tickets? These weren't just any tickets. They were for one of the biggest sporting events in the world, and it was a well-known fact that I was a huge 49ers fan. The sheer lack of foresight on Bradley's part was almost baffling. Did he genuinely believe David would just forget about such a huge gesture? Or maybe he thought he could lie his way through if it ever came up. Either way, it was a colossal miscalculation. Despite coming out of this with my reputation intact, or even enhanced, the truth is, the well was kind of poisoned for me at the firm in the long run. Bradley wasn't going anywhere, and the awkwardness between us was palpable. There were unspoken tensions that lingered, and the trust between us had been irrevocably shattered. I knew it wasn't sustainable for me to stay there indefinitely. A few months later, I decided it was time to move on. I left the firm for a much better position, one where I wouldn't have to look over my shoulder or worry about the pettiness of colleagues like Bradley. It was the best decision I could have made for my career and my peace of mind. A year after that incredible bond we'd built, David made a choice that I could hardly blame him for. He cut ties with the firm completely. The truth is, by that point, we were both fed up. The corporate politics leaving a bitter taste that was hard to ignore. Eventually, David moved on to greener pastures, and now he works with a good friend of mine at a rival firm. Funny enough, it feels like a win in my book, the kind of poetic justice that life throws your way when you least expect it. That firm lost an amazing client, and David found a place where he's truly valued. Still, there's one thing that nags at the back of my mind, like the ghost of a dream not quite realized. I missed that Super Bowl. It doesn't matter that we lost, that the fairy tale ending never came. What mattered was being there, surrounded by thousands of fans, feeling the roar of the stadium shake your very bones. That's what I missed, and it stings. But hope is a resilient thing, stronger than disappointment, louder than regret. I know the Niners will make it back, maybe even this year. And when they do, I'll be there, red and gold coursing through my veins, cheering like it's the last game of my life. Until then, my loyalty never wavers. Go Niners! He grew up an outcast in a town where reputation was everything, where faith and hypocrisy went hand in hand. They humiliated him, despised his mother, cast them both out. But years later, he came back, not as the weak one, but as someone holding their fate. Will they pay for their past? Discover how one life can shatter an entire community. Subscribe and enjoy the listening. I was born into a town so small that it seemed the world beyond it was just a distant rumor. Here, tucked between endless fields and forgotten roads, the air was thick with expectation. Religion wasn't merely a belief, it was a binding contract. It shaped how we moved, how we loved, how we smiled across fences at our neighbors, while quietly measuring one another's worth. Every Sunday, Our town became a portrait of virtue, painted with forced smiles and nervous glances, as if God himself was peeking into our windows. But beneath the surface, under the glossy mask of righteousness, everyone feared the same thing: exposure. In this town, reputation was currency, more valuable than gold, more fragile than glass. One slip, one moment of honesty or perceived sin, and you'd be branded, judged, and slowly faded from the community's graces until your name was no longer spoken, just whispered. It wasn't just that people wanted to be good. They were terrified of being seen as anything else. The eyes of the town were always there, watching, waiting, ready to pounce at the first sign of imperfection. This environment was a significant challenge for me from the very beginning of my life, as I was born into circumstances that were anything but acceptable in the eyes of this community. You see, my mother, Deborah, lost her parents at a very young age, and she was taken in by her uncle and aunt. Her uncle Gregory was a prominent figure in the local religious circle, a man who was respected, admired, and even revered for his supposed righteousness and piety. He held positions of influence, and his words carried great weight within the community. Gregory often spoke about the virtues of compassion, forgiveness, and moral rectitude, and everyone assumed his actions matched the values he preached. Unfortunately, the reality behind closed doors was a stark contrast to his public persona. Behind the mask of righteousness, Gregory was a man who used his power not to protect or uplift those in his care, but to dominate and exploit them. Deborah endured far more than anyone should ever have to at his hands, and when she became pregnant, Gregory chose not to help her, but rather to protect his own reputation by twisting the narrative. He painted her as the one at fault, claiming she had seduced a married man, and the community was all too ready to believe him. They branded her as a sinner and cast her out. Deborah was abandoned, blamed, and left to fend for herself. This marked the beginning of her journey as an outcast, and it was in this environment that I came into the world. Born out of wedlock and immediately labeled as a symbol of sin, a reminder of what they saw as her moral failure. From the moment I drew my first breath, I was viewed as different, unwanted. My very existence was seen as a testament to impurity, and that stigma followed me throughout my childhood. Life, as you can imagine, was incredibly difficult. I grew up in the shadow of these judgments, and though my mother tried her best to give me a decent life, there was no escaping the collective disdain of the community. I won't go into every painful detail, as there were many, but I will say that by the time I was old enough to start school, I was already emotionally scarred in ways that even I couldn't fully understand. The burden of being the child of the fallen woman was a heavy one, and at that age, I lacked the emotional tools to cope with it. School became yet another battleground. Instead of a place of learning and growth, it was just another arena for humiliation. The bullying was relentless. Day in and day out, I faced taunts, exclusion, and even physical intimidation. The other kids, raised by the same community that shunned my mother and me, had already absorbed the idea that I was lesser, and they acted accordingly. To them, I was the outcast, the unwanted one whose very presence was a stain on their supposedly righteous town. The teachers, many of whom were also active members of the church, offered no respite. They saw me through the same lens as everyone else, impure, tainted by the circumstances of my birth. Some of them even seemed to take a kind of righteous satisfaction in treating me with disdain, as if, by keeping me at arm's length, they were preserving the purity of the rest of the class. Imagine being the only different kid in a community that couldn't tolerate differences. That's what it felt like every single day. In response, I began to shut down emotionally. Over time, I became what people often call the trenchcoat kid, or the local equivalent. I embraced the role of the outsider because in some twisted way, it was easier. I intentionally made myself weird and unapproachable, adopting behaviors and clothing that would keep others at a distance. My thinking was that if they were going to cast me as the damaged and strange kid anyway, I might as well lean into it and make it my shield. It was my way of reclaiming some control, of turning their scorn into something that gave me a sense of power, however small. They expected me to be broken, so I gave them exactly what they expected. At least, this way, I wasn't caught off guard by their cruelty. I had already set the terms. Despite all these challenges, against all odds, I managed to graduate from high school with decent grades. It wasn't easy. The emotional strain was constant, and I often questioned whether it was worth it to keep trying. But somehow, I pushed through. The turning point came thanks to a distant aunt, someone I had barely known growing up. She was the only member of my extended family who had ever shown me any kindness, perhaps because she was also considered the black sheep of the family. She lived in another state, far away from the toxic environment of my hometown, and when she heard about my struggles, she offered to help me get into college in a larger city. She saw something in me that reminded her of herself, a kindred spirit who had also been marginalized by the same rigid community standards. Around this time, my mother, Deborah, was struggling more than ever. The years of rejection and hardship had taken a toll on her. She had always done her best to support me, but her own battles were overwhelming. Eventually, her struggles became too much for her, and she passed away. It was a devastating blow, and I felt lost without her. She had been my only real support, my only ally in a world that seemed determined to push me down. But even in her absence, she continued to help me. Deborah had managed to take out a life insurance policy, and the payout from that policy allowed me to pay for my college education. It was her final gift to me, a chance at a better life, a way out of the town that had taken so much from both of us. Life in the city was a revelation. For the first time, I was free from the watchful eyes of the judgmental townspeople. I could walk down the street without feeling like everyone knew my history, without the weight of their expectations pressing down on me. I finally found access to therapy, which was crucial in helping me begin to heal from the many wounds my hometown had inflicted upon me. Therapy gave me the tools to understand my pain, to start unpacking the trauma that had defined my early years, and to begin building a life that wasn't shaped by the hatred and ignorance of others. It wasn't an easy journey. Healing never is. But it was a start, and it was more than I had ever hoped for as a child. Years went by, and slowly, I built a new life for myself. I eventually became an analytical consultant. My job involved working with businesses to provide specialized analyses and to develop solutions that were, as they like to say, outside the box. It was a career I never would have imagined for myself back in that small town. One aspect of my work, however, involved helping companies with downsizing operations. It wasn't a pleasant task. I knew what it meant to lose everything, and I could empathize with the people whose jobs were on the line. But I also understood that if I didn't do it, someone else would. It was part of the reality of the work, though it never sat entirely right with me. A few years ago, I received an assignment that brought everything full circle. I was tasked with evaluating 3 factories and recommending which one should be shut down and moved overseas. To my surprise, one of those factories was located in my hometown, the very place I had spent so many years trying to escape. The town was a one-industry town, as they say. There was one main factory that employed a significant portion of the population, with many others working in supporting industries or in agriculture. The factory was the economic heart of the community. Around 60% of the people worked there, and the rest depended on it indirectly. The same religious community that had controlled my childhood also controlled the factory, and this was apparent in how poorly it was managed. Promotions and decisions were often based not on skill or competence, but on perceived holiness. It was clear to me that this was part of why the factory was struggling. It was mired in the same inefficiencies and favoritism that had characterized everything about that town. Returning to my hometown was a surreal experience, like stepping into a memory that had been distorted by time. The winding roads, lined with old trees, were familiar, but something about them seemed smaller, less significant. The town itself appeared almost frozen in time, as if nothing had changed since I had left, but I knew it was me who had truly changed. The small shops, the modest houses, the church, all looked the same, but they felt different. The weight of my past, however, hung in the air, a reminder of everything I had gone through here. At first, almost no one recognized me. The outcast they remembered, a scrawny, quiet kid who kept to himself, had transformed into a corporate professional in a suit, moving confidently. I walked into the factory for the audit, clipboard in hand, and gave nothing away. I had come to do a job, and I looked the part of the detached, serious consultant. I was here to inspect their processes, their paperwork, and their efficiency, and I could sense their unease. No one could place me at first, which was exactly what I had hoped for. I inspected the machinery, reviewed their outdated systems, and listened to their explanations, all while maintaining a formal demeanor. Slowly, I dropped hints, references only a local would understand. I saw the confusion on their faces turn into recognition. It was me, the kid they had treated as if he were nothing, now returned with power over their fate. In a bizarre attempt at camaraderie, the factory workers decided to throw a party for me, which they dressed up as a gesture of hometown pride. A table with hastily arranged snacks and drinks was set up in the break room, and some of my former classmates showed up. They looked older, worn down by years of the same life in this stagnant place. They tried to be friendly, to reminisce about high school, like we were old friends catching up. They laughed about football games, dances, and moments that, to them, seemed nostalgic. I smiled politely, nodded, but my memories of those days were starkly different. They talked about the good times, while I remembered sitting alone in the cafeteria, the whispers, the pranks that left me humiliated. I brought up some of those moments, incidents they had clearly forgotten. The times they had knocked my books out of my hands or scrawled insults on my locker. I spoke lightly as if these were funny stories we could all share. I watched their faces as I spoke, saw the uneasy smiles, the awkward glances exchanged. They didn't know how to respond. It was clear they had never thought much about what they had done, but I had lived with those memories for years. I let them squirm, enjoying the power shift, the way they now had to look at me with something close to respect, even fear. They were trying to determine if I held a grudge. I let them think I didn't, that everything was water under the bridge. But inside, I still carried the anger, the bitterness of a childhood spent being the town's scapegoat. After the audit, I spent some time driving around town in a rented car, revisiting the places that had once defined my life. I drove past the old school, the cracked asphalt of the playground where I had stood alone, watching other kids play while I was left out. I drove by the church, the place where my mother had once sought acceptance, only to be cast out when she needed support the most. It was eerie, seeing all these places again after so many years. They were exactly the same, yet I was so far removed from who I had been then. There was something empowering about it, a sense of closure that came with realizing how small the town felt now compared to the life I had built for myself elsewhere. This sense of power grew stronger as I drove through the streets. The town had once felt like a cage, a place I could never escape. Now it felt insignificant, and I felt above it. I understood why people craved power. It allowed you to rewrite the past, to take control in places where you once felt utterly powerless. For years, I had wanted nothing more than to escape this place, and now, here I was, with the power to decide the fate of the people who had made me feel like I didn't belong. The rest, as they say, is history. I returned to my company and wrote my report, a detailed and honest assessment of the factory's operations. I highlighted every inefficiency, every outdated process, every problem that was holding them back. I didn't lie or exaggerate. The truth was harsh enough. The factory had become unsustainable, and my recommendation reflected that. The decision was made. Out of the 3 factories up for evaluation, this one would be closed. The economic backbone of the town was about to be pulled out from under it, and I knew what that meant for the people who lived there. Within a few years, the effects were clear. The factory had employed most of the town's residents. With it gone, the jobs disappeared, and the town began to crumble. There were no new opportunities, no new businesses coming in to take the factory's place. The families who had once thought they were secure now faced an uncertain future. Drug use began to rise as people tried to escape the bleak reality of unemployment. Alcoholism became more common, a desperate coping mechanism for lives that were falling apart. Crime, once a rarity, began to increase. People who had once looked at me with disdain were now struggling just to get by, their lives unraveling in ways they couldn't control. I occasionally check up on some of them on social media, scrolling through their posts. I see complaints about the lack of jobs, the struggles to provide for their families, the hopelessness that seems to hang over them. And I can't help but feel a sense of grim satisfaction. I know it might make me a bad person, but I feel no remorse. They had made my life miserable when I was vulnerable and defenseless. Now, the tables had turned, and I had been the one to decide their fate. If I could do it all over again, I would, without hesitation. In an ideal world, I would have stayed longer to see their faces when the news of the factory closure reached them, to witness their shock and panic firsthand. But realistically, I know I'll return to this town only once more, when Gregory, the man who ruined my mother's life, finally dies. Then, and only then, will I feel a complete sense of closure. This experience forced me to reflect deeply on power, revenge, and healing. For years, I had imagined standing before the people who had tormented me, showing them that I had succeeded in spite of everything they did to hold me back. I had dreamed of taking something from them, just as they had taken from me. In the end, that is exactly what I did. It wasn't just about petty revenge, though. This was about reclaiming a part of myself that they had tried to destroy. It was about proving to myself that I wasn't the powerless child they had once made me feel like. I had become someone capable of taking control, someone who could decide his own fate, and, as it turned out, theirs as well. Life has moved on since then. I have a career, friends, and a sense of stability that I never thought I'd find when I was a scared kid in that small town. But there are still nights when I think about everything that happened and all the people who played a part in my past. Sometimes I wonder if things could have been different, if someone, anyone, had just reached out to help me back then. Maybe if the community hadn't been so blinded by their own narrow beliefs, things wouldn't have ended the way they did. But that's all hypothetical, and the reality is, I did what I had to do to survive and move forward. I've learned that life is rarely as simple as good versus evil. People are capable of great kindness, but also of great cruelty, and sometimes the lines blur. My actions weren't born out of a desire to be cruel, but out of a need for justice, for myself and for Deborah, who never got the life she deserved. In the end, what I did was a way of closing a chapter, of finally letting go of the pain that had defined me for so long. I will never forget where I came from, and the scars of that place will forever be etched into my soul. But now, those scars are not chains. They're just marks, reminders of battles fought and survived. They no longer define me. They merely whisper of who I once was, in a life that feels almost like a dream. That little town, with its watchful eyes and judgmental whispers, has blurred into the background of my memory, like an old photograph left in the sun too long. It's just a place I used to know. A shadow on the map of my past, but no longer the compass that guides me forward. A regular evening with fireworks turned into a true ordeal for an 18-year-old boy. An accidental fire led him into a prolonged fight with a greedy neighbor who wanted much more than what was fair. He had to fight to protect his honesty, his future, and his conscience. Will he emerge victorious, or will the neighbor drag him into debt? Subscribe and find out what happened next. At 18, I thought I was unstoppable. I was Jack, young, eager, and ready to prove myself to the world, even if it meant running myself ragged for a small-town security company. The job wasn't much, just enough to pay for a few late-night fast food runs and keep my future open-ended while I figured things out. But the constant call-offs from coworkers turned the shifts into a sort of endurance test. And somehow, I ended up being the one always ready to step up. Maybe it was pride, or maybe just that burning desire to be someone, but I found myself signing on for back-to-back shifts that dragged on until the morning sun blinked at me like an unwanted reminder. I'd return home, my eyes aching with exhaustion, to find my father, Thomas, waiting. He'd give me that worried look, his words full of concern. "You need to take it easy, Jack." I'd laugh it off, brushing away his worries. I thought I could handle anything. Back then, I had no idea that the hardest shifts were yet to come, and not the kind you clock in for. It was around the 4th of July when I finally got something almost mythical, a day off. Even better, my best friend Michael was back in town on vacation from college. Michael and I had been inseparable during our high school years, and him leaving for college had left a pretty big hole in my social life. So naturally, when I heard he was back, I was excited. We decided to get together and chip in on some good old American fireworks, celebrating the holiday like we always dreamed of when we were kids. To be honest, I had nothing but bad experiences with fireworks in the past. Burned fingers, misfires, near misses that scared the life out of me. But the lure of a loud, colorful celebration was too tempting to ignore. Something about being young and invincible made me think, why not? I convinced myself that this time would be different, that we'd be careful, that nothing would go wrong. We got back to my place, spread out all the fireworks on the living room floor, inspecting each one like we were planning a big event. There were sparklers, bottle rockets, cakes, and Roman candles all arranged before us like we were getting ready for a professional show. I remember the smile on Michael's face as he picked up a sparkler, twirling it between his fingers. "Why don't we mess around with some sparklers since it's still not dark yet?" I suggested, not really seeing any harm in starting small. It seemed like a fun, innocent idea at the time. Just a bit of fun before the real fireworks started. We went into my backyard. It was early evening, not quite dark, and the sun was still lingering just above the horizon. The air was dry, painfully so. It hadn't rained for over 2 months, and the grass had turned into something more like hay, brittle and crisp, just waiting for a spark. We didn't think about that. We were too excited. I lit my sparkler, the bright sparks immediately dancing off the end, and Michael did the same. We laughed, waving them around like kids again, making bright patterns in the air. But then it happened. One of the tiny, almost invisible sparks from my sparkler, along with a similar one from Michael's, floated down, landing right in the middle of the dry grass. Almost immediately, I saw it, a tiny, flickering flame that within seconds became 2 small fires. My heart dropped. I froze for a moment, staring at the growing flames as they licked at the ground, greedily consuming the dry grass. Panic surged through me, and I threw the sparkler down, sprinting as fast as I could toward the garden hose. My hands were shaking as I turned on the water, trying to spray down the fire. But it was no use. The fire spread faster than I could manage. It was terrifying how quickly it grew, almost as if it had a mind of its own. I handed Michael the hose and immediately pulled out my phone to call 911. My heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear myself think. The seconds felt like hours, the adrenaline making everything move in slow motion. Within what felt like an eternity, but was really only about 4 minutes, the fire had spread all the way to the neighbor's fence. It was like the entire yard had become a fuse, leading straight to the dry, old wood of that fence. The neighbor, Mary came rushing out of her house, her expression surprisingly calm. Without saying a word, she grabbed her own garden hose and started spraying down her fence and the dry grass on her side of the yard. I could see the determination in her face, and I felt a pang of guilt for dragging her into this mess. Despite everything, she was composed, focusing on the task at hand. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, the fire department arrived. They acted quickly, and soon the chaos began to settle. I remember turning to Michael, who was still wide-eyed and holding the now useless hose, and I said, "Only one of us needs to get in trouble. You should leave." He looked at me, hesitation clear in his eyes, but he knew I was right. Michael was in college with a bright future ahead of him, and I couldn't bear the thought of him jeopardizing that because of my stupid idea. Reluctantly, he agreed, and without another word, he slipped away before anyone could notice him. Mary, surprisingly, was very understanding at first. Once the fire was completely out and things had calmed down, I approached her, apologizing profusely for everything that had happened. She listened, nodding along, and even reassured me, saying, "It could have happened to anyone, Jack." I promised her that we could discuss replacing the fence and getting quotes for the repairs. She seemed okay with that, more concerned that no one had gotten hurt. I felt a wave of relief, thinking that maybe, just maybe, this wouldn't turn into the disaster it had the potential to be. But my relief was short-lived. About 2 hours after the fire was put out, an arson investigator showed up, a man named Detective Johnson. He looked like he had seen it all before, calm, collected, with a no-nonsense demeanor. He questioned me about what had happened, and I decided to tell him a version of the truth. I explained that I was in the backyard, alone, playing around with some fireworks, and that one thing led to another, resulting in the fire. He seemed to believe me, nodding thoughtfully as he took notes. To my surprise, I got off without any charges. In fact, he even commended me for being honest about what had happened, saying that it made his job easier when people told the truth. I felt a weight lift off my shoulders, believing that I had dodged a bullet. However, about a week later, things took a turn. I got a knock on my door, and when I opened it, there stood Mary, her expression much less friendly than it had been before. Without a word, she handed me 2 pieces of paper. One was a quote for the fence, around $4,000, and the other was an estimate for lawn care, valued at $6,000. I looked at the papers, my stomach sinking. They looked shady, just typed out on Microsoft Word with no logo or company name, no real details that made them look legitimate. Mary looked at me and added, almost as an afterthought, "Oh, and I will also need you to pay my water bill for the next 3 months because the new yard will need a lot of water." I was stunned. The fence she had before wasn't anything special. It was old, falling apart, and barely standing straight. The yard was dead, the grass brown and patchy, with weeds growing everywhere. It was clear she hadn't cared for it in years. Now suddenly she wanted a brand new mahogany fence, a lush green lawn, flowers, and trimmed hedges. It felt like she was trying to take advantage of the situation, and I wasn't having it. I looked at her and said, "I'm willing to replace your fence, but I need to get my own estimate. This just doesn't seem right." She glared at me, her eyes narrowing, and said, "Remember, you agreed to replace my fence. A real man keeps his promises." I clenched my jaw, feeling the anger rising, but I knew better than to argue. Instead, I shut the door, my hands shaking, and immediately called my dad, Thomas. I explained everything to him, Mary's demands, the shady quotes, and her insistence on the new yard. He was furious. I could hear it in his voice as he said, "Son, don't give that lady a single dime. She's trying to play you." He then gave me the number of his handyman, someone he trusted, and told me to take care of it. The next day, bright and early, the handyman came over to my place to do an estimate on the fence repair. He was a reliable guy, known for his fair pricing and solid work. One of those old-school craftsmen who took pride in doing things the right way. He got right to work, walking around the property, measuring the fence and jotting down notes. Everything seemed straightforward until, suddenly, Mary burst out of her front door. She looked furious, her face flushed as she stomped across the yard towards us, waving her arms in the air. "I did not give you permission to get an estimate on my fence," she shouted, her voice shrill. Technically, since the fence was right on the property line, it was both of ours. But she wasn't interested in technicalities. Mary kept arguing, insisting I had no right to bring anyone over without her permission. I explained I was only doing this to make things right, but she wasn't having it. Things escalated quickly. Before I knew it, she was on the phone with the police, reporting me for having a contractor on her property. The handyman, clearly uncomfortable, kept working quickly while Mary paced back and forth, glaring at us both. When the police showed up, they saw there was no real issue. I was standing on my property, and the handyman was just doing his job. Nothing illegal about it. The officers tried to calm Mary down, but she wouldn't be satisfied. Eventually, they told her there was nothing they could do, and the handyman wrapped things up soon after. His estimate came to about $1,200, which seemed reasonable to me. I was just glad the situation with the police hadn't escalated. I also knew a guy who did lawn care from my time at the local grocery store during high school. He was trustworthy, so I called him up. He agreed to come by while Mary wasn't home to look at the lawn. He examined the scorched grass and estimated the reseeding would cost about $800. Compared to the exorbitant amounts Mary had quoted, this seemed much more reasonable. After getting both estimates, I brought copies over to Mary's house, hoping we could come to an agreement and move on. When she answered the door, I handed her the copies, explaining calmly, "These are the estimates from people I know and trust. They're fair and they'll do good work." Mary barely glanced at the papers before her face twisted in disdain. "I don't know these people. I don't want them anywhere near my house. They're probably terrible contractors," she snapped. I tried reasoning with her, saying, "No, I know them personally. They're good people who do quality work." She didn't care. She just slammed the door in my face, leaving me standing there. That night, I worked another brutal 16-hour shift. By the time I got home at 8 a.m., I was completely exhausted. All I wanted was to crash and sleep. But at 9 a.m., I heard a knock at the door. It was Mary, standing there, demanding that I talk to her right then. I explained, as politely as I could, "I'd love to discuss this, but I just got home from work and need to be back in less than 5 hours. I need sleep." She scoffed. "What kind of lazy person sleeps until 2 p.m.? At that point, I'd had enough. I was beyond tired, and her constant demands were starting to push me over the edge. I looked her straight in the eye and said, "You can either accept my $2,000 based on the quotes I got or get nothing." She stood there, stunned, unable to believe what I had just said. After a moment, she just nodded, albeit reluctantly. We planned to meet at the notary the next morning to finalize everything. That night, after another long day at work, I spent time writing up a contract, making sure everything was clear. I gathered the $2,000 in cash, feeling a sense of relief that this whole ordeal was almost over. The next morning, I grabbed the contract, stuffed the cash into an envelope, and headed out to meet Mary at the notary's office. I waited for over 3 hours, but she never showed up. Eventually, she called. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice dripping with fake sympathy. "The $2,000 isn't enough. I'm having my people start the work, and you'll be paying me in full." I was stunned. Was she serious? After that call, I decided I was done talking to her altogether. It was clear she wasn't interested in being reasonable, and I wasn't going to let her push me around anymore. Over the next few months, I watched as her backyard transformed into what looked like a small paradise. She had gone all out, installing a small pond, new sod, flowers, and even decorative garden lights. It was now obvious she had planned to remodel her yard for a long time, just waiting for a chance to get someone else to pay for it. I also learned, through the neighborhood grapevine and Facebook group, that she had taken a trip to Hawaii using the funds she had saved for the remodel. She bragged about the trip in the neighborhood group, completely unaware I was in it under a different name. It was infuriating to watch her live it up, knowing she was trying to scam me to pay for her lavish lifestyle. Then, about 4 months later, after the fire and after she had finished remodeling, I got served with papers to go to court. She was suing me for $10,300. At just 18 years old, I suddenly found myself needing to hire a lawyer to defend myself. It was intimidating, and the thought of losing the case and having to pay her thousands of dollars made my stomach churn. When we finally got to court, I laid everything out for the judge. I presented all the quotes I got, explained how Mary had harassed me repeatedly, and how she had refused to show up after agreeing to meet at the notary. I also told the judge how she had prevented me from getting my own estimates, which was something I was legally entitled to do. Finally, I showed the judge her Facebook posts bragging about scamming me and using the funds for her vacation. The judge listened carefully to everything I said, looking through all my evidence. After a moment, he looked at Mary, his expression unreadable. Then, in a calm but firm voice, he said, "Ma'am, with all due respect, you're being unreasonable." Not only did this young man tell the truth, but he also offered to pay more than required. Your lawn was already dead before the fire, so he is only responsible for the fence. $100 and $200. I will also deduct his lawyer fees from this amount. My lawyer fees were $800, meaning I owed her just $400. I could see the color drain from her face as the judge spoke. She had expected to walk away with thousands, and instead, she was getting almost nothing. So, in the end, I ended up paying just $400 for burning her old, broken fence. Mary, on the other hand, took a huge financial loss. I don't know exactly how much that trip to Hawaii cost her, or how much she poured into her backyard, but I do know it was enough to put her into serious debt. Eventually, she had no choice but to sell her house and move to a smaller place. The last I heard, she had left the neighborhood entirely. I haven't heard from her since. I deeply regret what happened with the fire. Burning down Mary's fence was never my intention, and the weight of that mistake still lingers with me. If I could go back, I would have approached things differently, more calmly, more openly. I would have welcomed the chance to meet Mary halfway, to settle things properly. Since that day, I've sworn off fireworks completely. That night opened my eyes to just how quickly excitement can turn to danger, and how easily a celebration can become a disaster. Someone could have been badly hurt, and I'm endlessly grateful that it didn't end worse. The biggest lesson I took from it all? Responsibility. Facing the truth from the start was my only saving grace. Detective Johnson, the arson investigator, told me bluntly, if I'd lied, he'd have charged me with arson. My honesty saved me from a criminal record, and the fire was ruled an accident. It was a harsh lesson, one that scorched itself into my memory. But it taught me something invaluable. Own your mistakes before they own you.